Good morning. It is Monday, March 15th, 2021, and it is time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream. So let's get started. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I'm gonna get my tweets going here. Got a slightly rascally kitty cat. And we'll see if that turns into a problem for me soon. Okay, that's all that. So, what is on the agenda for today? Well, let's see. Let's copy out our to-do list and start trimming it down. So we got rid of the swiping. Actually, we do the reverse here. So these are the things that we accomplished in the second week. Sure, there were a couple others than what we have listed here, but certainly these were them. So let's take a moment to appreciate the victories. Fixed up the swiping behaviors on mobile by removing them. Just ended up being a bad idea. Fixed some cache invalidation stuff. This actually didn't get fixed, sadly. I'm still seeing pop-ups stay open on page transitions, so I'll have to look into that one. Yeah, so just a couple of minor things there. Notifications got improved so that they now collapse together, and I remember doing some aesthetic improvements, so that's nice. And then we did the re-engineering to be a single page application. That one went well, and we implemented database methods as well as views and table APIs. So a lot of protocol work really last week. And this week we're looking to finish up that protocol work. Got a few to-dos left there. So that's still a to-do. Let's take a look at our tasks for this week. All right, so, excuse me one moment here. All right, those good old Texas allergies. Lots of people suffering them around here. I am no exception. So excuse me. So couple more protocol items to finish up here. Distributed signaling for the transactions would be a smart thing to give a shot. This would be a simplified, hold on, I bring up my diagram here with the wonderful Excalibur. Golly, I'm sorry, that's gross. I'll try not to make too many sniffling noises. So we got database methods here. They are essentially a form of RPC which occur over the database, where you write the method call into a caller's database. It gets picked up by the intended recipient, and they write the result to the database and just gets synced through the mesh. Gosh, all right. Hopefully this will clear out soon. So one of the things that would be a nice affordance to introduce is a simple version of server-to-server RPC, which simply alerts the target server from the originating server about the existence of a new database method to handle. This would be an optional part of the flow. The purpose of this would be to introduce a way for server 2 to have prioritization occur. So, hey, by the way, waiting on this, could you check it out? Gives server 1 something to wait for, so you can actually, you'll have this call pass, and then I'm going to turn this into a solid line to suggest that there's actually a synchronicity going on here. This response right here can actually wait for this, and then eventually that, in fact, why don't I, better way for me to do this. We get actually a solid line right there, which is a handle call, and then that will respond back. Whoop. So that helps create a flow in which this response will not come back until it has had a chance to call handle over here, and the idea is that over here it would just hold off on responding to that RPC call until it's handled it and return back. So, hey Anish, great to see you. So this would, the advantage of a handle call like this would give us fewer cases where an end user runs a database method transaction and is left in the pending state. It would get a response. It'll have to wait longer, but it would get an accurate, response of, hey, this is actually done, and that makes, things move a little more smoothly, because the pending state is never a nice state for the UI to get into. It is also possible that we can replace remote joining with this. We implemented database methods for a lot of common things related to communities, but joining communities and leaving communities remain the same as they were before, with the kind of custom server-to-server remote joining protocol. And if we were to turn join into a database method, there would have to be some kind of additional flow, not handle, but perhaps introduce, or perhaps a variation of handle, which is telling a recipient to deal with a transaction that it might previously not have been watching for. Because community databases are only going to handle database methods from members of their community, and a join method is being run by somebody who is not a member of that community. So we need a way to get a first introduction to that database to say, hey, here's a method that's being called, which is for somebody that is not a part of your community yet. I'd like to introduce you. This is Paul. He would like to join. So if we just add this introduction process, which could just be a version of handle, or it could just be handle even, then you end up in a scenario in which joining could be done by database methods, and then we could remove the entire remote join protocol. And that would be a benefit, because the remote join protocol, it's not terribly complicated, but it's certainly not simple. at least the code, if we take a look at it real fast, we're talking about this join method, which has to take two different code paths depending on whether it's a remote join or not. And then when it's a remote join, it does this flow here. And then you have a second method called remote join, which is specifically for that second half of the transaction. Again, we're talking about 100 lines of code here, I guess, ish, 80 to, yep, about 100 lines of code. So it's not exactly like the worst, but it's not very clear. I think I've had at least one person sit down and try to wrap their head around this without me there over their shoulder explaining it, and unsurprisingly, it was a baffling thing to look at for them. So unifying this with database methods would be a huge benefit, not only for simplifying our code, but also as a way to make the system more elegant in general. And in theory, remote joining may not be the only reason that you need to have a database method get handled by somebody that doesn't follow you. I mean, it could be generalized to be a kind of push mechanism in general for people who are not following each other to be able to contact each other. So that is that aspect there. And that's a little bit of work. We've got indexing optimization to do. This is a bit of a pain that I introduced for myself. Basically, when the tables are modified, we call on-database change. Now, historically, on-database change was called only to it's a sort of a performance optimization that's somewhat necessary. Excuse me, one moment. Let me just mute my mic. Yeah. There we go. I hope that mute worked. Let me know if I just grossed everybody out. Whenever a table mutation occurs, you insert a record, you update a record, there are secondary indexes that need to get updated. And while it would be correct to go ahead and let that happen asynchronously, it would only be correct to a point. You have a situation here where you create a post and you want the thread, or let's say you create a comment. Until the thread index gets updated, your comment wouldn't appear in the thread. And so running the indexer immediately is wise. The challenge is that as it is currently constructed on database change, is iterating through every database, looking to see if any of them are interested in this particular transaction, and then running their indexing flow. It's not super efficient. So we need to spend some time optimizing this. We also have a long-standing task to optimize initial database loads, which are currently much too slow. As demonstrated by every time I restart the live server, and it takes a solid minute to get loaded for 300 some odd databases. That's not good. And my theory is that is because I'm running an index catch-up, catch-up process, which is probably just not being efficient enough. And when I think about it, in fact, it's entirely possible that if all the databases are unloaded, they could be blocking on each other for quite some time. Gotta look into it. Gotta just give a look, make sure that's all working the way it should. Next, after that, we have API stabilization. A lot of API changes occurred here. I want to give it all a look, make sure that I like how the APIs look, because we're going to be stuck with this for quite some time. It's a very elegant API, if I do say so myself. We're down to much fewer APIs of note. The blobs API, the database methods API, the view API, and the table API. all told about, well, 10 to 15 methods for interacting with the entire network. That's quite good. And then we have a couple that are a little more domain specific, like notifications, and a couple related to communities and accounts and things like that. So I want to do a quick pass on that. In particular, I want to do a pass on the new ones, the blobs, table, view, and DB method. Make sure those all are something that we feel good about sticking to, because those are the ones that will be the most important to have stable. And it would be nice, in fact, to start thinking about a SDK for the whole tool set here. But we're not going to work on that just yet. Finally, we just have some final updates to citizenry to reflect the new database method system. And that will then finish this whole push to update our mesh protocol that we started last Wednesday. And hopefully we can close this all out, because as incredibly important as this is, it is also very, very slow moving and not really where I want to be spending my time. Truth be told, I would like to be spending my time working on the application experience, adding new features, adding, fixing up interactions that feel bad and improving the aesthetic of it, because at this stage, that is kind of what everybody really wants. It's what I want. I think it's what most people want when they're using the app. They want to enjoy using the app. And if it's not an enjoyable app to use, then all the rest of this stuff is kind of just window dressing. Hey, Miguel, thanks. Felt like I needed to change it up a little. One moment. So, once we have wrapped that up, we will, I am hopeful, be closer to being able to implement new server-side features more quickly. At least introducing new schemas or new tables will no longer require, I hope, introducing new RPC APIs. That should all simply work by adding all of the logic to them, and then we are just interacting with the generic APIs from the client side, so that will be quite good. And, hopefully as a result, we'll be able to start developing slightly faster on the front end, slightly faster on developing new apps, new app features. The other two remaining protocol tasks that we need to hit before beta is client certificate authentication for server-to-server calls. This is something that has been frequently requested. Whenever two servers do an RPC to each other, such as this handle method, they need to identify the client, so that if server 1 is calling server 2 needs a way to be sure that server 1 actually is server 1. We currently accomplish that by doing a reverse DNS lookup, and that had some bugs that got fixed, and so it's a reasonable approach, but at the end of the day, it's also not always the most simple task to set up the DNS records required for reverse DNS. It requires a PTR DNS record, which some hosting services don't even provide the facilities to set, and so to my surprise, people seem to think that a client's SSL certificate would actually be easier to configure. I say to my surprise because I did reverse DNS thinking that an SSL certificate on the client of the call would be actually more difficult to set up. But give it a shot. Doesn't hurt to have both. Absolutely no problem supporting both. You simply choose which method you're going to be using on the client side. If they've configured the certificate for the call, you authenticate it that way, no big deal. And on the receiving side, you check for the certificate first. If it's not there, you do the reverse DNS lookup. If that's not there, they didn't authenticate. So no problem supporting both, and that's what we'll do. The last task is rehoming. That's the one that we absolutely have to have for the beta, because if we don't have that, we haven't really accomplished one of the core tenets of the entire project. And rehoming is the ability to move a community or a user from one server to another and not have everything break. In theory, no problem. In practice, it'll be interesting to solve, but it is one of those things where getting it into a really solid state will be totally worth it. And because users do not currently possess their private keys on their own devices, we are actually going to be, to do rehoming, it's actually a dual task of key rotation and DNS identity changes, which are both good to get in isolation. So having them both work, also a win. Now let me get a little more music going here. For some reason, I seem to be struggling to stream my music. Come on, buddy. The name of my memoir. In theory, no problem. So that's all the protocol stuff that's on the agenda, and I would be happy if we could, certainly we're going to try to get all of this done by this week. And probably that will be it. We'll leave client certificate authentication as well as rehoming for maybe next week or the week after, because I don't want to spend too much time focusing my energy on stuff that users can't directly see. It's important, I think, to give everybody a sense of momentum and excitement, and the longer we're doing things that are not visible, it's not really great. So after we manage to merge all of this work here, I'm thinking it's time to spend a little time on the app again, maybe equal amount of time that we spent on the protocol stuff, so a solid 5 work days. So that would be a couple things that need to happen around, like notifications need to get improved, a couple of bugs in there. I'd like to spend a little more time improving the experience of the mobile application, which is just, it's mobile. This is my first time really building a mobile app, and it's one of those things that you really gotta be detail oriented. An awkward interaction with mobile just sticks out like a sore thumb, and you got to be, since you have less real estate, you got to be really concise about how you use it. So I'd like to spend a little more time there. I'm actually kind of thinking about taking away the top bar here entirely, because it's picking up real estate, which honestly, I'm not sure we need it up there. It is a little nice to have a little thing there that's telling you can click on to take you up to the top, but I'm thinking maybe we take this menu here and actually move it down here, and then get rid of this top bar so that it's always like this, and then start taking advantage of the top area in a way that's a little more interesting to look at. Have a banner image, I think, for users. Have menus like this right here be much more common, so we're having contextual navigation up there. That's sort of where my head goes when I'm thinking about how to improve on this whole experience. There is also really, I think, a lot of work to be done, and someday I gotta get rid of this ghost in the machine. But this interface is tragically ugly, and as is really everything going on over here. And the communities likewise are not particularly interesting to look at whenever you go to them. You don't see anything interesting about the members that are involved, anything interesting about the community when you're in the About tab, things like that. So I want to spend a little bit of time beginning to think through what is one of the core pieces of this thing, which is the social structure of the system. How when you're looking at somebody's profile, there should be some kind of sense about who this person is, in particular in relationship to the communities they're a part of and the roles that they have. And so I'd like to spend a little time beginning to improve on how these interfaces represent the information, as well as beginning to introduce some more compelling tools for information like that to be represented. One of the ideas that I've floated in the past is to begin to have a notion of items or tokens. Not really sure we're going to call them tokens because that's a pretty hot word these days. It means something pretty specific that, I don't know, I mean, it's kind of the same idea. Basically, where the community databases are minting, well, let's call them tokens because that's what they are, and maintaining a ledger of ownership entirely on their own database. But the purpose of them would not simply be for... part of me thinks calling them CQYs would be amazing. But then they actually, if we call them CQYs, then CQY, the joke of the CQY is lost. Then it actually is a thing, and I don't know, part of what's funny about CQYs is that they're never actually a thing. But, I don't know. I feel like CQYs are something that people ought to build on top of the token. But yeah, so the idea with the token is that it could be used for silly currencies, like CQYs or Paul Bucks, or something like karma, or even reputation points. It's meant to be a... Listen, nothing would make me happier if CQY turned into a big thing, but never was a specific thing. If it was just BS the whole time, but everybody knew what it was, as far as what it is. If we could get people really hyped about CQYs and never tell anybody what it is, would be wonderful. Anyway. If we implement the tokens, what we need to do is have a giant ceremony for minting the first CQY, and kind of like whenever people have to create like new keys to start off a blockchain, like they had to do with what was that? Zuko's coin. That privacy for I forget what it was called now. Anyway, they had to do a key creation ceremony, and then they destroy the key material. We should do something similar for CQYs. This big ceremony, destroying something, and at the end of the day, it's just pressing a button to put it on the ledger. Yeah, Stevolution. I'm sorry to tell you this, but people expect 10 years of experience with CQY in hiring now, so that may not be much of a differentiator for you. But it's good for you. You're in the game, so that's good. But if you're not at least 10 years on CQYs, you're kind of just, you're in the running. It's not a differentiator these days. Anyway, so the token system, talking about things that are currency-like, points and things like that. But, actually I think it can be used for things that are like other than kind of currency or fungible items, like a notion of like an item, like coffee cup, right? Or magic wand, things like that. And with an item, you can then begin to implement database methods which are contingent on possession of an item, and they end up becoming sort of live. They kind of become like permission structures, where somebody possesses an item, gains permission to execute a certain kind of method, and then the items are effectively imbued with power. And you can use that to build game mechanics. You can use that to build security mechanics if you were so inclined. It's sort of like another mechanism to do roles. So you could also use it. Here's a really simple example: a certain kind of award that you could give to a user that allows them to flare a post, perhaps, or flare a user in the community, things like that. So tying together permissions to the items system would be interesting. Now, if you set it up so that the item gets destroyed upon use. So like then it becomes the kind of thing where you're effectively spending the item to accomplish whatever task it is, and that gets you back into the kind of currency vibe if they're a fungible sort of thing. So it could be if it's karma and you have a moderation action you want to take and you have to burn 10 karma to remove a post, that kind of thing. That could be a system you could construct. So items or tokens or whatever we choose to call them strike me as an exciting thing to kind of start to get into. So I would like to explore that. I would also like to improve some of the basic content sharing pieces that are involved here. For instance, we don't currently have a way to upload audio or video or GIFs, what they like to call moving JPEGs. And that seems like a pretty simple thing to get around to doing. We also just have no facilities for doing that inside of comments. That's crazy. So I should get around to that. Of course, there is a degree to which I'm kind of like, do we really want media assets inside of comments? But, you know, at the end of the day, the answer is yes. There'll be pros and cons to it, but come on. Who would not want that? So, I'm also somewhat wondering if we ought to think about introducing some other basic primitives for sharing, things like links, similar to, you know, if we could come up with a sort of generic link mechanism, it could be used for a combination of creating a more Reddit-like view in the application, where it's like a link aggregator. Could also be used on people's profiles or similar to list out their projects or things like that. There's also, to some degree, well, no, we won't go down that road yet. So there's the links, and then the other thing that we need to start to think about is thinking about user-defined algorithms and discovery systems. And that may be the sort of thing where what we do is we create the structure for introducing algorithms, implement a couple of parameterized default versions, and then we are talking about getting the server side of the Citizen we're talking about getting the server side of a Citizen to of the Citizen code to be pluggable. So once that is done, then beginning to implement custom logic will be on the table for people. So if we can just get the tooling in place for custom algorithms to be defined, for custom discovery to be defined, and probably search as well, though I have to think about whether or not search can be done without using a live endpoint, we can start to have more of the structure of the system be user-defined. Stevolution is asking, what happens when the home server of a user disappears? Currently, you're kind of foobar. There is, yeah, that's a bit of a challenging situation at the moment. If we got a setup in which, so let me pull up one of my older diagrams. No. This was the on-chain. Let me open up the rehoming. Okay. So everybody has. This actually may not be the best one. Let me look around and see if I got a better diagram hanging around. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. May just have to do this myself. Well, a given user has two identifying two identifiers: their database URL, which is a public key addressed Hypercore URL, and their DNS ID, which is like an email address that is resolved using WebThinker. And at present, the private key is being hosted by your server, and it's probably going to be like that for most people for some time. Unfortunate implication of that is that if your home server just disappears off the map, you are not going to have the ability to update your old database to handle the rehoming process. And the rehoming process is generally going to be geared toward sort of introducing a redirect record into the old database. We can look into some means of externally handling a redirection. The original database of the user can, in theory, be rehosted in a read-only form by other services. Whether or not they will be is hard to say, because it's entirely possible that there just wouldn't be anybody in the network committing the resources to fully rehosting your old data. It's just kind of up to the system to decide that somebody would do that. But the data itself does not inherently go away. So that's good, right? Good starting point. When you rehome, you're going to be picking up a new DNS ID, and your new database is going to be pointing to the old one and saying that this is a continuation of the old one. And so we have to think about what to do whenever the original database is not updatable. Now, it may be sufficient, and in fact may be necessary for us to make the rehoming protocol work in such a way that you have an expectation that you can't modify the old database. For instance, maybe you lost your private key, or the private key got compromised. It would certainly be better for everybody if we had a way to do this where if your home server goes away entirely, that you could just pick up at a new server. So we'll see what we can do on that front. It's certainly not impossible. I mean, the only question really is, how strongly do you and the network believe that somebody at their new identity is the previous person? That's really the only challenge here. Because if Bob at new home suddenly appears and says, I am the new Bob at citizen.com, ignore the old Bob at citizen.com, this is my new ID, this is my new database, that's a continuation of the old one is garbage. It's, again, really up to, the first challenge is just, can you convince everybody that that is the case? If we could do that, we're off to the races, because the old database should still be somewhat accessible. It's hosted on the data mesh. And if other people were interacting with it, they have been indexing it and downloading its records and things like that. So if it's, as long as it's backed up somewhere, then this new database would point to the old database and say, I'm a continuation of that old one. You can find my old records here. I'm starting fresh, but my old content is there. There should be a pretty smooth process for moving between the two. The only real question that leaves is just whether or not the old database is actually available anywhere. And may just have to see how that evolves, because it comes down to who's going to be spending the resources to be archiving the data sets of users that are not on their own server. At present, Miguel, we don't have any means by which end users are consistently possessing private keys. And so if we're talking about creating some kind of system where something gets signed, it's going to have to be through a home server, and specifically a separate home server, somebody else's home server. Because we're talking about a world in which the original home server died. So that's the challenge. The reality is, we know, because of things like the Fediverse, that servers do just go away. They just die. People get tired of running them, and they're like, you know what, sorry everybody, I'm closing this thing down. And we have to find a way for that to be as minimally punishing as possible for the end users. So it may be that we have no way to completely make it always smooth. Maybe that we need, whenever the server administrator decides to do that, they need to do some kind of process where they move keep the data set online for a little bit and give users a chance to rehome. That would be better than nothing. There is a degree to which, unless we automate sort of multi-tenant, or not multi-tenant, but multi-party archival, we can't really, or multi-party backups, unless that's somehow guaranteed to occur through the system. We have no way to ensure that a home server going away is just is recoverable. But if we can give relatively convenient processes for somebody to shut down a server and everybody can move off in a timely fashion and all the old data is still accessible, then I think we're in a pretty good place. We're certainly better off than with the Fediverse. All right. No problem. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. One moment. Let's implement the distributed handle signaling. By the by, one other thing. CTZN.network is now online in a relatively paltry first form. But it has two worthwhile things. One of them is a schema listing page. So now anytime you see a schema, you can punch that thing into the browser and look it up really quickly, so that's handy. But then the real fun thing is the video devlog, which is these live streams archived by the commits. So you can actually click on a given commit and jump straight to that point in the live stream if it was live streaming. We have a couple, like you can find the week that power was out way back over here. So no streaming occurred on this week. But a pretty handy little thing right here, and based on some suggestions on Twitter, I think we could actually convert this into something which presently when you click on these, it just pops open in YouTube, it takes you to a new tab, but I think we could turn this into a fully fledged player where the actual player is like maybe stuck on the right side or the left side, and then these things you click on them and it just moves the player to the right video and the right timestamp, and so it's a little bit more convenient to use and a little more aesthetically interesting, so that'll be fun. So future to do on that one. Okay. So I'm thinking yeah, that is true. That's true. I don't know if that would be worth the bother, but it is a neat feature they have. The only thing that would be cooler than this, being a fully fledged player, is if somehow this could get totally integrated into the Citizen network. And I was actually thinking about that. So supposing we did something like let's say a table called moments. Thinking kind of off the top of my head, but you come up with some kind of identifier for some kind of like basically representing the citizen commits in the database somehow, so that you are basically turning the Git timeline into a data set that's represented in the network. And then if we could somehow come up with a way that a custom player like this could actually become native to the UI, that's a little challenging. But then you would be able to integrate all of this into the network somehow. I'm not sure how that would happen. There's a couple of bridges that would have to get crossed in terms of the tooling here. But I am kind of thinking about themes for the network, especially early on, like why are people showing up for Citizen? And one of the ones that stands out to me, since we have such a large number of creative people, whether that's technically or artistically here, and that's such an interesting place to spend time, is around the work of creators, thinking of Citizen as a place to share the cool things that you're doing or the cool things in your life or just cool things in general, strike me as a really interesting way to focus things, because there's a really simple value proposition and also game mechanic to it. We're talking about, truth be told, when you make something, what you really want are for people to give you a couple of cookies for it. Right? You want recognition. You want somebody to do a little check saying, hey, that's really cool. A little ding on your notifications. People saying nice things about what you're doing, seeing what you're doing, keeping people updated on your work, building out followings around your work and things like that. So if we could, that sort of in a way gears this towards creating lots of tooling for people to share the cool things they're doing. Sort of a creator-focused tool set where creators are able to keep their followings updated, to build their community around what they're doing, not unlike what we're trying to accomplish with Citizen now. So there's some clear utility to that, and also some clear a clear game to it, which is that this is a place that you're sharing things to get cookies from your friends, and also to build on the following for your work. which since we're really at a point, I think, where creator-centric thinking is kind of on the rise between new monetization models and generally, I think people looking for ways to we're getting into a place where a lot of virtual and digital art, whether it's code or media, created by independent developers, is just trying to find a stable footing in the long run. And for a network like this, when we're talking about largely public spaces, in my experience, there are really like two things that you use something like Twitter or Citizen for. One of them is sharing things that you're working on and building that following and things like that. The other is, and kind of connected to that, you're finding community with one another. And that also includes things like fandoms. So you're either doing that or you're engaging with news and politics. And news and politics are certainly something that we could get into here, but coming up with something that improves upon the status quo currently is difficult whenever news production is not happening here. Twitter is in a better position to do that because news production is happening on Twitter. That's where they... Exactly. I love your work, have a cookie. I mean, come on, like, it's great anytime I put something up here and people are saying nice things about it. It makes me feel good. It keeps you energized. Everybody wants that, you know? I would certainly love to be coming up with better versions of how online news and politics work. Something which is less outrage-driven and less toxic, less misinformation, things like that, but that doesn't strike me as the early market for us. So I think focusing on groups of people sharing things that they create could be a good place to kind of focus on here. So who knows? Stuff like this, if I can think of how this could be generalized in such a way that it's not just it becomes a reproducible template by which other people could accomplish the same thing and they might want to accomplish the same thing, then maybe we could find a way to get this in network. And the more of the experience of building here that we bring in network, the more we're taking this part, me live streaming and building, and turning it into something that other people can do and benefit from in a similar way. Don't know how many people want to do what I'm doing here, though, but who knows? Certainly a lot of game streamers out there that might enjoy the tooling. So, all right. That's right. Coming at you hot from inside the internet. So, what version of my cyberpunk is better? Like this? Pure pink? Fits the theme? Or we could go fadey. Let's try the other one. It's a little... Every day Saturday streaming, baby. Alright, let's see. That's probably because I screwed something up, yeah. Alright, so at line 18. I think my video processing software tries to counteract the coloring, so having it change like that seems to introduce some lag. Okay, interesting. Line 64. Well, it ain't no competition. Solar punk, cyberpunk, they all get along. Okay, let's see. As long as it's punk, baby. So I have this friend who's been, here we go. I think. Let's see. No. What do we got? Looks like a timeout. No, API is not defined. Line 65. Aha. So I have this friend that has been hanging out with this project called Rare Pizzas that is like a collection of artists who decided to create, how can I describe this? This generative art project where everybody creates all of the art assets for various pieces of a pizza, and then they're mixing and matching all of the art assets procedurally to generate something like 10,000 pizzas. And then they're using some kind of smart contract on Ethereum to handle the trading of these things, and then, of course, minting them all as NFTs. Now, that part of it, not really my jam, but what is sort of interesting about it is that it is a majorly anarchic little community sort of, how do I even describe this thing? It's a bunch of people who got together to do this thing where if you go onto Clubhouse, there's a room of at least 30 people constantly there talking about it. They've all worked together to make it happen, so it's total chaos, total anarchy, and extremely fun. One of the most bizarre sort of things I've ever come across. And significantly more artists in there than tech people. They time boxed the whole thing to a 3-week project, and they were trying to launch yesterday. I don't know if they managed to get it done, but it was definitely a fun thing to to walk in on. It seems highly meme heavy to me, as they all act like they get really excited whenever they find rare pizzas and. So Anarchy on Clubhouse, the way you do that is you invite everybody who shows up into the room onto the stage and make them a moderator. And that's how they did it. Anarchy finds a way. Reference error. Something inside of here. It's getting a reference error. Okay, so I've got some kind of bug in the remote handle. It's a reference error. You know what might be a nice thing to get done? I think I did this in Beaker, so I should have the config file. There's a way to turn on, yeah, so this is what I'm talking about here. So, JS config. Alright, now the target is... Boy, ES6, I don't know, I think... ES next? I have no idea what those versions are at this stage. Let's just say ES next, because I assume that's like always leading edge. And the module would be probably ES next. We're going to enable check.js. All right. Let's see if that starts to help me out. If it's working, what we start to see is red squigglies whenever you have things like reference errors. Okay. Okay, I gotta reload VS Code. Had a feeling. Alright, hit me with some of them red squigglies. Let's go. Alright, initializing the language features. There we are. Now this is going to make life easier. You see that right there? Basically what's happening is VS Code is now running the code base, the JavaScript, through the TypeScript compiler, and then providing us with hints like that. And this can get really powerful. I've talked about this many times. I'm a big believer in it because you can start to introduce JS doc annotations. And I've got some examples of this in the Beaker code base. So this stuff right here, you could specify these types like this, where you're creating like a daemon hyperdrive type, and then specifying the properties on it, including things like function signatures. And then in your function calls, you can do this kind of thing right here, specifying what the types are of the parameters, what they respond with, things like that. and the types trigger gets quite effective, and it's just kind of like a minimal version of it's like a minimal version of actually running TypeScript. It's great. Now, I'm not planning on introducing the type annotations just yet, but who knows? Maybe I will. It's caught bugs for me before. But just getting the red squigglies on undefined, on like reference errors, is pretty handy, especially whenever you're getting situations where it's not giving you. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, huh. 387. Kitty catty. No. Huh. Worked that time. But it's still that error actually is occurring. What is up with that? I wonder if that's happening because I have this bug I haven't been able to isolate yet, which certainly could be what this is, where occasionally it tries to write to unwritable databases. Let's look at that code and see what that is. We're in node modules, Hyper-B. Index line 253. Huh. I wonder if we're outdated on anything. Actually, we are outdated on Hyper-B. Let's see if there's anything interesting in the devlog there. Possible. Nope. I truly don't understand what npm update is supposed to do because it never does. It never updates the package, so surely updating the package isn't what npm update does. Would love to figure out what I got wrong about that. Oh no, kitty. What do you need, baby? I need some water. Okay, there's some water. There's food. There you go, baby. Yeah, it looks like that was the bug. Let's try it again just to make sure. Always got to feed and water your kitty cat. The gremlin's back. What you want, baby? Shouldn't take this long. So it's working, but... Need me to play with you, baby? So it's working, but it's fairly slow. Let's see why. I'm guessing on database change is just taking too long. Oh no, that bug is back. Shoot. That is a worrisome bug. It's always the same one. The follow index. She's certainly taking my left arm. Failed to update index state. So it's actually not here that that's happening. It's the state update. Yeah, right here. Definitely some bugginess here. Can't really figure out what it is. It's multiple different bugs showing up at different times. which usually means multiple different symptoms. So that's not right, is it? Yeah, actually that is right. Sometimes this happens where for some reason the result never properly fetches, and I don't know if that's a failure to sync or what's occurring there. A couple of weird things. So let's see here. Need to see an error here. Show me the failure. Once we can isolate the error, then we need to look into why there are these lengthy pauses occurring. Thanks. Okay, here we go. So, wrote the call, but for some reason the receiver is not getting any updates. Trying to think of a context in which saying bless would be condescending. There's the sort of southern colloquialism of bless your heart, which is condescending. Not necessarily, but like, that's the only one that comes to mind. And like, the reason that bless your heart can be condescending is that it has evolved into a kind of coded or euphemistic way to talk down on somebody. It's like inherently saying like, oh, bless your heart, you just had a hard day today. Not necessarily like that. The intention of the phrase, the explicit intention of it is kind, but it evolved into a thing where like catty Southerners might say something that where you're saying, oh, bless your heart, kind of got a little bit of an edge to it. So that's where condescending, I feel like, can come into play with the word bless in English. But other than that, I don't know. Is that the context you're thinking of? Because I can't really think of another situation where bless is considered to be condescending. You know, normally whenever somebody sneezes, you say bless you. You could shorten it to bless if you want, but saying bless you in response to a sneeze is always fine. Okay, so we need to figure out why on database change might fail to pick up. Yeah, I think that's probably what you're referring to, and one moment here. Yeah, it's complicated to understand because it's one of those things that evolved into the usage which is negative. It's kind of like the same as telling somebody that they're really good at something, which is on its surface fine. Like, oh, you're really good at that. But there's like a little edge of sarcasm to it, like, oh, you're real good at that. It's the same kind of principle here. Another good example is I could never pull that off, right? Like, like somebody's wearing like a really loud shirt or loud dress, and you think it's ugly, and you're like, oh wow, look at that! I could never pull that off. It's kind of an underhanded way of saying that it's ugly, or that it looks bad on them. And the reason that Bless Your Heart evolved that way is that Southern culture is, because it is geared around being polite, you don't speak directly about things like, you know, wow, you're looking terrible today, or you did something really stupid. So you say the nice version of it, which is, oh, bless your heart, you're trying. Yeah, this is a major difference between Southern and Northern culture, too. In my experience, Northern American culture tends to be more direct, certainly around the cities like Boston and New York and Jersey. Whereas in the South, you get into the more what we consider polite, which means that people talk in a coded fashion much more frequently. Yeah. The really complex thing about... Okay, so here we have an example of the problem that we're running into. Yeah, when you're in a culture that focuses on of being polite, you end up speaking indirectly. And that makes it very... Which is the point, right? They're trying to obscure what they're actually saying. I think sometimes you call that high context culture. And people that aren't familiar with a high context culture tend to really dislike it because it means that people are speaking in code around them and being excluded almost overtly by not including them in frank conversation. Okay. I need to figure out what's going on here. The change was synced, but never picked up by the database that's supposed to update it. It's supposed to handle it. So why would it never... actually handle it? Yeah, I think I've heard that Chinese culture has a lot of high context behavior. Usually if you... The fastest way... You can tell pretty quickly whether or not you're in a high context culture based on whether or not they seem to put a premium on manners and politeness and respect and things like that. So when that's the case, they almost never tell you what they're really thinking in a direct fashion, but they'll speak euphemistically. And it's not even necessarily intentional. Looks like it happened again. Kind of looks like the database URL is wrong. That actually looks right. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. So we've got some kind of situation where writable is coming out as true, but this is not writable. Why? How is writable defined? Huh. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom, but that's worrisome. So BRB. So somehow, this .b.feed.writable is coming back true. But look at this right here. This one's interesting. We're getting a database write failure. And this is the host name of the server. And this is the identity of the feed. So why on earth would it be thinking that as the dev3 server, it thinks that a database hosted on dev2 is writable? So that's really quite bizarre. And makes me, I mean, there's either that's a bug in Hyper-V, or really remote Hypercore, or we're constructing things incorrectly somehow. See if anything stands out there. You know what would be amazing is if console.log had a way to do console.log.only and just cause all other logging to disappear. That'd be sweet. Suppose if I see if that works. Sweet, did work. Okay, any of these wrong? No, they're all right. So now we need that error to occur to ensure that the construction is correct. Wonder if it's possible that somehow... You know, I suppose one of the things that could be happening is that the test environment is getting misconfigured so that they're somehow sharing storage. Let's make sure that's not happening. No, it's happening. Storage is in memory whenever we do that. So, not likely. Give me one that blows up. Come on. What is it about bugs that they never want to repro when you're trying to test for them? There it goes. Okay. The construction looks correct. So, it is a dang mystery. Oh, you know what, actually, that one's failing even when it is correctly hosted. Shoot. But there it's incorrectly constructed. Huh. So something is quite amiss. Okay. So it's not the storage. Let's see if we can isolate why writable is coming out true incorrectly sometimes. It's responding writable for everything. All right. Why might that be happening? Oh, That's a bad sign. Only one core store getting constructed. Huh. Okay, why is that happening? Why is simulate hyperspace undefined? That's not right. Ugh. Ah, that's why. Wow, I broke that a while ago. Okay, well, that'll help things, I imagine. Oh, dumb bug. Okay. Let's see if this fixes all of our issues here, and then I can look into what the performance is doing, because it's definitely not as performant as it should be. We're losing 5 seconds to just waiting for sync, so that's not a major factor here. Okay, seems like it's fixed that problem. Run it one more time while I fix up some of my logging. Okay, can get rid of you. And I'll get rid of... Okay.
Citizen.
Okay. Now let's look into this performance situation. Oh, what was that? We logged an issue. Huh, okay, interesting. Let's ditch some of this logging here. Okay, let's see what we got. So that's interesting. We're suddenly getting a failure to sync. Let's take a look at that. Database line 394. So that can happen sometimes just because the swarm is not quite ready yet. Let's see if what I just did fixes that permanently. Okay, it seems like it did, so that's good. let's look into this pause that we're seeing, where we get up to right here, and then we call get result, and it just sort of hangs on us. That might be expedited by us doing a little bit of this action. Yep. Okay. I think we're in business here. There that goes again. Well, it might be a good moment to add a little bit more intelligence around failed database loads, which can simply happen because the sort of coincidences of network timing. Before we hit that, I want to see if I can't improve some of the behavior around right here. Now, this is a problem where it's possible that whenever you call that method, yeah, so if we don't wait for sync, you can end up in a situation where the local server hasn't yet loaded the external database. And so that hits where? Right here. Okay, now who might have done that? Actually, not found error. No. Okay. There we go. Now we are in business. Good stuff. Took a little bit of work, but we got there. Good stuff. Let's make sure nothing else broke. And while that's going, let's do a couple commits.
CTZN. CTZN. Still got that one failing test that I can't figure out. No big deal. Alright.
Boom.
Citizen.
Okay, so we implemented the distributed handle signaling. Let's test it on the test servers. Okay, not a great sign. Okay. Probably running into the good old Hypercore sync issue, which I'm gonna have to find some answers to that soon. Yep. All right. Well, what we should see here. Oh Lord. The sync issues are real. All right. Now, if everything worked the way that I believe it should have, this should appear to be instant. And it was instant. It was an instant failure with not a whole lot of information. Just error. Lovely. Okay, let's see if it actually applied. It did, so there was some error in that remote API call, that remote handle call. Okay, well, let's dig into the code and get a little insight into what just happened. Okay. So that was a reverse DNS failure. So let's create a new error class for this. Three things we want to do. Get better error specificity. So we want to get a more clear error. We want to update the DB method behavior to not totally fail if the remote handle call fails, because that shouldn't be a death sentence. And then we should try to update our servers to properly. I gotta see what's going on with the test servers. Maybe I just need to update their config, because I don't know if I did update them. So we got configuration error now. And now we're going to go to the network call and start with this. And then we're going to go to here. And we're going to change this. What was failed to join community? Okay, that one's different. Ah, shoot. Can't find errors. Ah.
CTZN.
All right. So with that done, we should get a better error now. At least we got that. So let's improve now. Do we have a right. So on this action, we basically just don't want that to be now we might want to like retain an issue notice, but for now we're just going to ignore that.
Citizen.
Alright, now with that handled, when I do this, it should give the appearance of... Oh man, this sync issue is just killing me. Always happens when I'm not trying to fix it. Once I'm trying to fix it, can't repro it. Alright, so now what should happen is it should work, but not have the synchronous aspect. So that's good. And now let's fix the config on these servers so that, let's see. Yeah, so they're missing some config now, so we just fixed that, and we should get synchronous responses. And docs, and setting up a server, and there we go. Alright, and now it should happen synchronously. Fingers crossed. It did! Boom! That's exciting. So if anybody's been idly watching, but is curious to know what we just accomplished, now's the time to tune in. Basically, we have this new queue, and we're going to open up on-chain. Alright. So, this part of the flow right here, which we're going to color, purple, no, green, something that stands out. We'll do gray and then give it a little bit thicker of a, all right. So this action right here, that is designed to help us. Let's do like kind of transparent. All right. So this flow right here gives us the ability to have db method.call sort of what you might consider synchronously await until the handling server has a chance to process the result and respond. So as a result, prior to this change, whenever I made a change to the community in some way, it would tell me, okay, your transaction is being processed, but it wouldn't let us know that, like, it wouldn't immediately update. It couldn't say successful. It could just say it's in the works, and then it would work or not. So now it is actually able to tell us whether or not it succeeded in a synchronous fashion, despite the fact that it's occurring on another server. So, a nice little affordance there. Pretty key to include in this. So that's good. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll continue with the next task.
All right. So we're gonna leave the remote join replacement for later. And now we need to look into optimizing indexing. Let's start by taking a look at how we load databases currently and see how we could possibly speed that up. Seems pretty straightforward, actually. This catch-up indexes call. Okay. I think it's pretty straightforward. We're going to move catch-up indexes to after everything has loaded and just call it asynchronously in the background. That should fix everything here. Await A, await B allows A and B to be processed in concurrently. So, let's clarify this for you. Here we are in an async function. And here we have two method calls. Right? The way that await works is that once it gets hit, once that expression gets evaluated, it is going to pause execution of this async function until that promise resolves in some way. So this particular method is set up so that it's going to hit this right here, and it's going to wait until it finishes. Once that finishes, it will then move on to this one, wait for that to finish. So they're actually not running concurrently. They're running one after the other. Now, if you want to get concurrency involved, where multiple things are happening at once, there are a couple of different ways you could do that. The first, of course, is to not await. That will cause both of them to fire off, and you're going to end up discarding the result. Another option is to use the combination functions. The most common one would be promise.all, which you pass in an array of promises. And when they all finish, it will return with a result, I believe. What is the exact mechanics there? MD and promise all. There are a number of these. It will resolve when all of them have resolved, or if there are no promises. It rejects immediately if any of them fail. And it'll reject with that first failure. So that's pretty key. All of them will get run, but this will only wait until either all of them resolve successfully or until one of them reject. Now, there are actually other ones you can use, all settled. And this one, let's see, what's the difference here? Resolves all of the given promises, whether they fulfill or reject. And so this one works a little bit differently because it doesn't just, in the case of all, you're going to get an array of the results or one rejection with a rejection. With this one, you're going to get an array of kind of special objects that has a status string telling you if it was successful or failed. So this one kind of avoids having the immediate rejection if one of them fail. Then there's promise.any and so on and so forth. And so all of these static methods on the promise class are designed to help you combine together multiple promises into some kind of concurrency model. Yeah, it's so both of them are tools for concurrency to occur, of course. And the question is just how you're sort of combining them together. But if you're doing what we're doing here, await, 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 without combining them at all, they're going to happen one after the other. In Rust, as I understand it, one of the main differences with Rust is that the promises that are being used don't actually have a memory cost, whereas in JavaScript they do. And that's probably has something to do with that mechanism in which they're not evaluated until awaited, which is different from here. Here they will, whether you await them or not, they will evaluate right away. Okay, so let's see if that broke anything. It's time to engage attack mode. Back to normal mode. Fill in the time while we wait for this to run. All right, I'm guessing then there's no problems here. And seeing faster, let's log into my local host and make sure there's nothing weird. Well, that's interesting. Oh, how have I not updated that? Of course. Okay. So then,
Citizen.
let's make sure our test servers work okay with this change. Seems okay. Okay. So I think that's all set. Interested to see what that does for us. I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to skip over optimizing the right indexing at this stage. Stabilize the APIs, update citizenry, and then deploy. Okay. So let's take a look at these database methods here. We got blobs.get, create, delete. We got table, we got view, we got db method. There's a little bit of semantic inconsistency with blobs being plural and the other ones being singular. I'm pretty satisfied with db method.call, so that'll stay. View.get seems fine to me. Table, list, get, those are fine. Insert, update, and delete. Got mixed feelings about using the term insert. I might prefer create, which would map with the blobs. Blobs don't currently have a update method. Might be a wise thing to add. Something to add here. Blob security. We'll get back to that later. So I'm thinking there's just two changes I'd like to make. Replace blobs with blob, and replace insert with create. The rest I think I'm good with. Yeah. Okay. Next, we're going to rename blobs to blob. And we might, the thing about blob.update that concerns me a little bit is I don't know if I want to give the control to do that. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather people create and delete, because we have a mechanism right now where like avatar is a special key, and we can kind of expect permissions to be in blobs to need to require that you can't directly edit a specific blob. Which, of course, is why we still have profiles to put avatar. I suppose we could actually have a blob.update and just special case the logic around the key name. That's probably the right way to do it. Okay, so we're going to do blob.delete versus table.del. I don't really love table.del. I think I'd rather do table.delete. One other thing to consider here is that the blob mechanisms only work on the locally authed. I'm alright with that. Yeah. All right. See if we broke any tests. Huh. That's why.
let. It's French. As we all know, compromise is the name of the game when it comes to good design. Second only to committee thinking. Okay. You know, to be fair, that's not totally different from what we got. The only difference is what we got is more like this. And then... so who are we to throw stones at those Java and C++ engineers? Who are we? Hey, Paulo! Good to see ya.
Citizen.
Your timing was so good, I had to do a new commit just as you showed up. If it's not a factory, can anything really exist if there's not a factory? Alright, so we did you. Yeah, we need an API to view DB method calls and responses. That sounds like, Paul, that sounds like some garbage stand-up routine. Well, I tell you who really ought to be committed is the guy who wrote this code. Why isn't anybody laughing? Come on, these are golden.
Okay, so that gets all of the entries. Of course, you could just ask why not just use db method call list on that table. So the question is, do we want to try to get the results for each of these, which is a little bit of a tall order, really. Yeah, let's do it. So this really needs to be a getter. Not only a little bit bisexual, but it can also transition. Now I'm attack mode sexual. Now I'm intellectual. Intellectual sexual. Got it all. I know. Can you believe that such a thing even exists? Alright, export async function list db method calls. And then we're going to... Maybe this ought to be a view. What do I think? Actually, I think it might ought to be a view. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here, I need to create a schema. DB method calls view.json. And we'll come back to you. First, I just want to test the result. Make sure it's working as it should. Go away. Citizen.network DB method calls view for Alice.userid. Cool. All right. Now I can use that to construct the schema. We got a sequence, a key, a value, a URL, and we even got a result. What an exciting schema. So we'll go over now to DB method call, and we'll grab this thing right here. So that is the value. There's some kind of joke in here about, like, not letting your value be determined by a schema. Some kind of joke in there. Okay. Sequence key, URL value result, and then the DB method result. Exactly. And that is how it should be. Yeah, we'll go ahead and include URL in there. good point. Pretty sure schemum is when you're not sure if you got the schema right. It's a schemum. All part of my diabolical schemum. Okay, let's see how we did. Alright, result should have a properties sequence. Interesting. What did it have? I think that fetch actually failed. Let's be honest, probably for the best, right? Okay. So, something seems amiss. What might be amiss? I might need to use construct entry URL. Yeah. Yeah. Try again. There we are. But that just highlighted something. Result is actually not required. It could be falsy. Okay. And what does result look like? Yeah, it looks like it should. Cool. Probably ought to put in a test for this. Line 48. Cool.
Citizen.
Alright. So that got us that. Which means we've stabilized our APIs, and now it is time to update CTZN. And to do that, I'm actually going to update our test servers and work against them. Because the data set is a little more interesting. Alrighty. Now let's do a quick little look around to see if we've got any leftover APIs in Citizenry, which ought to be removed. So this will be our kind of quick first pass. Actually, I'll just do session.api and look around that way. What do we got? Oh, look at that. We got a little of these. Now, we also have all these getters, and these are actually kind of outdated as well. So let's we have actually the beginnings of an API that we could turn into a module and share with folks. I'm going to create a new API object. Alright, so on list we got just opts. On get we have just key. On create we have value. On update we have key and value, and on delete we have key. Okay. And I'm going to change that to that, and that to that. Okay. And then that leaves database methods. Believe it or not, I think HN is down. I saw that earlier. All right. It seems solid, I suppose. So now I'm going to import you. Okay. And we'll just take this from the top, starting with you. Session.citizen dot view You know, we really could just do .view and do it like that. Let's do it like that. Pretty sure we don't need the whole wrapper action. Pretty minor change, but there you have it. Well, let's see what happens. All right, we got all the DB methods that we need to replace. A little simpler. Not mind-blowing, but not bad. Certainly a little bit readable, more readable. All right. Okay. And why don't we spec a special getter for the user? That's certainly nicer. Session.citizen.view. Okay. Action colon. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice as if the created at were handled automatically. Should be doable. Like, create should be able to look at the schema and detect that created at is something that should be there. So then when we have the table.schema, that would be over here. Definition, properties, dot, created at. And if it is working correctly, then in my tests, I should be able to find all the places I had put created at and remove them. Let's find out. Yeah, I think it worked. Spam risk. Okay, feel confident enough.
Citizen.
You know, why do I keep on consulting those schemas when I got CTZN.network hanging out for me with all my schemas ready to reference? Might make life a little easier. Follow. Alright, so I just delete the user ID. Okay. Okay, need the blob API. And I think we'll just do this as a straight pass through. So this will be this.rpc.blob. That'll do it. Citizen.user.table, citizen.network, reaction, delete. Is user ID all I have here? That's a shame. Hey, Michael. Good to see you. How you been? Thank you. Felt like, you know, I needed to spice it up a bit. Just wrapping up all of the updates that we've been making to the whole to the whole back end of the system here. So we have managed to finish most everything, and now it's just a matter of updating citizenry. And we have all these old APIs to replace. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little distracted just trying to work on what I'm working on here. Database methods are finished. And so now it's just got all the API stabilized, and it's just a matter of getting the front end to match the new APIs. Let's see, how's that for a database API there? .db.table.get. Classic. We'll come back to the getters because I intend to replace all of them. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so I believe that's everything. And now let's just give a quick spot check to all of those calls, make sure they all look correct. Okay, all looks good, so let's test where we're at, except not there, it's over here. Okay, that failed somehow. It may actually just be indexing still. Actually, we're getting a not found. That's interesting. We'll have to come back to that. Alright, there's a problem. Can't read property limit of null. Okay. So, gotta use a loo real quick. Okay.
Citizen.
Okay. Looking good here. Now then, for these getters. Really, all this behavior ought to be moved over to the API, and then we should get rid of the getters. Okay. So we'll start with the view behavior. Well, actually, this is a little more challenging than I was thinking. Don't know if I can get rid of the getters. I can move them onto the API, but I have to be aware of some of the parameters involved. To know which server to ask. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll just move them all onto the API, I guess. Bit of a shame, to be honest. This will get published at some point. Okay, so these seem like the sort of thing that actually, if it's not views, I can reliably regularize them. Yeah. Alright, that's all them. And then that just leaves a couple more to take out of the getters. Take your mind out of the getter. I have automated tests on the back end, but not the front end. So, some, for sure, not as many as you might want. Okay, so that puts an end to the getters. See if anything else broke. That did. List all members. That broke. Yeah, front-end tests I've found are just such a bastard that I've never really felt they're worth the effort. Can't read property view of undefined. Ah. Okay, I think we're mostly in business, and now there's just the question about why the comment didn't get indexed here, which I'm guessing is a hypersync issue again. Let's find out. So you're giving me a 404 when I try to... Should not have more than one item. Interesting. What exactly is the request? Oh. Something is amiss here. So what is that spelling? P for... Okay, so... The follow list method here is wrong. Shouldn't be getting called anyway. Okay, let's see. We're calling... Looks like the follow list method. And that would be why that's happening. So that fixed that, but it still shouldn't be asking the HTTP interface. It should be able to do that by the WebSocket. So why is it trying to use the HTTP interface? It doesn't need to. For some reason, no. Test1.citizen.network. Is it possibly because that's getting called before session.info is properly hydrated? Ah, because that logic is inverted. Okay. Okay, so we're making some progress here, it seems. Sort of. fetch notification. And then it's calling, it's at line 222, then it's calling get table. And inside get table, at line 204, it's calling that. So far so good. But then here, I may know what that is actually. Yeah, I think what that is probably an old record of a vote that's in the notifications index. And it's failing to load the table because that's not a valid table. There we are. So two things need to happen there. First is the failure on fetching gets ignored, and then over here, get table. If the schema doesn't exist, throw new error.
Citizen.
Coming along, coming along. So that just leaves the last mystery for us, which is why we're getting these failures on these views. Now those are failing just on account of those servers being gone, but what about this one? That's given us this not found with should not have more than one item. And if I'm looking at this URL, seems like it's parsing that incorrectly. That's what that seems like. I see. Interesting. Well, it's correctly URL encoded. Whoops. Alright, serve view. Yeah, that's what's going on. It's basically calling the decode URI component at a point that is inconvenient for me. Yep, okay. How to deal with that? Let's see what rec that URL looks like. Okay, we can work with that. So we're going to do rec.url dot split dot filter dot slice to still complaining on us. Because I need to slice 3. Okay, and then we gotta decode. There we are. All fixed.
Citizen.
Okay. Whew. So we have updated all the API usages. Now I would like to have a UI to see database method activity. thinking really this ought to just be on your database methods here. Oh, what is this about? Okay. Really? User database not found, huh? Let's see. What could be happening there? Ah, dang it. Can't win. Da-da-da-da-da-dum.
Citizen.
I was thinking about on communities. I'm thinking we put a view on here. Called activity. Dun, 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 dun. Whew, okay, so that's that. And now we need to add that view. We have a DB method for, or a view rather, for viewing calls, but we need another one for viewing responses or results. And it just inverts depending on whether or not you're looking at the caller or the callee. And now let's implement the view. It's just an inversion of the logic. Entry.value.call.dbURL. now let's add a test for that. Great success. Another one. DJ Frazee. Another one.
Citizen.
As soon as I get this done, we can deploy all this whole mess, you might say. All right. Let's see if we can get anything in a working place. Hypercore sync problem. Thank you for rearing your head yet again. Hey, there we go. So this is starting to get more fun. It's been kind of a bastard of a stream today, lots of boring work, but this is starting to get more interesting. This is showing us the activity log on a given group, or a community rather. So you can see here that I had an update to the profile right here, and there's the result code, and you can see exactly who did it, and etc. So now we get to render this in a more compelling fashion, which is going over here, and we are gonna do what? So border goes on the bottom. Come on, what's going on? So it'll be we got result dot value dot call dot author ID. Hey, Brock. Appreciate the encouragement and welcome to the community. Pretty regularly. It's all in active development right now. So, what just happened? Yeah, pretty regularly. All in active development. The past week or so, I've been doing a kind of a significant internal refactor of the protocol, which makes it seem less like there's, not as much as usual going on, but that's just because there's a lot of kind of background details I'm working on. And that'll be done pretty soon here. Result.value.code equals success. Details. That's what I wanted. Now you gotta admit, that's pretty cool. I'm looking at this database call log here. If I click on the method, reference loads right up. That's pretty neat. Alright, still a little ugly. What can I do to fix that? How's that going for you? Very nice. Supposing that we took this and did something like this. It's kind of cooler. A little bit. We could give it more intelligent rendering of known methods, I suppose. Problem is, we don't actually know. One second. I mean, we have to have at least a fallback of when it's not a known call. And this is one of those things that it actually isn't super necessary that most people see it. It's really there for admins and things like that. So we could actually make it a little less prominent. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could also be the sort of thing where it's like up in this menu over here. I might do that now, in fact. Well, it is the system. It's designed for auditability. It feels a little better. It's a little dense, a little tight. Let's add a little space to it. And I mean, come on, that's pretty cool. You could just pop open the method reference. That is neat. I'm using Tailwind. There we go. Yeah. All right. Let's see how we're looking on mobile. It's probably all a little bit small for mobile, but not gonna worry about that. Cool. It's pretty neat. Nerdy as all hell, but pretty neat. So that's that. Gonna save these for later. Which means citizenry is ready to go, which means we are ready to deploy, and I'm gonna save that one for later as well. And we have successfully generalized. Hey, Big Tech, you're here just in time. We have successfully generalized our mesh architecture. Yeah, it scrolls horizontally. All right, so I'm going to check out master. Get merge on chain. I'm ready for breaking news. What do you got? O18.
Citizen.
Ah, yeah. I guess not yet.
Citizen.
Got a bunch of notifications. What do we got? Ah. That's actually pretty funny. Breaking news. All right. All right, I'm not nervous. Y'all are nervous. So I'm gonna G-Cloud into Citizen 1. Okay, I'm going to install Citizen at 018. While that's updating, I'm going to go ahead and push the citizenry update. Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Just always have a way to go back. Generally speaking, I can't imagine there would be anything irrecoverable to this. He says right before the whole thing gets tanked. Alright, now if one of my updates was successful, this all should happen faster than usual. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ah, okay. Well, that's not why restart is slow. So I misdiagnosed that. Say la vie. We'll just have to keep plugging at that problem. Meanwhile, we'll wait for Vercel to finish deploying, and this to finish restarting. Yeah, I suppose just loading the databases is inherently slow. It's entirely possible. I have to dig into that a little bit. Maybe I'll wait for a late night and screw around on the live server where people won't notice the downtime as much. Okay, looks like Vercel is deployed. There it goes. Here we go. Interesting. Okay. Looks like we definitely got some broken stuff here. It's telling me the views aren't found. Is that because they just haven't finished loading, or what's going on there? Okay. Yeah, it just hadn't finished loading yet. And now we're just getting that Hypercore problem, but other than that, we appear to be in a working state. Yeah, I guess the database loads took a little bit of time, and as a result, it was giving me some error messages that were misleading. Oh. I think that was a user error. Hard to say if this performance problem that I'm seeing here is on account of something that I've done going more slowly, or if that has to do with the Hypercore sync issues. Which it very well could. Yeah, those Hypercore sync issues are really killing me. I haven't been able to figure it out, Michael. It's something to do with somehow hyper-b.get should never, ever, ever fail to return, and yet it does in some cases. It just blocks indefinitely, and I have been unable to track down what is occurring there. It doesn't seem to be my usage. It seems to be some kind of bug in the stack. And reproducing it is incredibly difficult. In the past, as I've tried, it just comes and goes, which means I can't get proper logging into the stack to get insight as to why it's occurring. Very frustrating bug. I might have to solve it in the near term by wrapping the Hyper-B calls with a timeout of my own so that we don't get just endless spinners. Also going to have to spend some time figuring out this reload speed, because this is truly a problem whenever I'm dealing with deployments. I mean, come on, what is this, like a 2-minute redeploy time? That's terrible. And even once it's loaded, it still doesn't have an immediate load. Come on, I'm there. Now it wants to show me. Yeah, well, having a long deploy isn't a big deal if you have uptime while it's happening, but the server goes totally down while it's deploying. So that's not great. Okay, let's take this moment to add a profile picture to the alpha testers to test that aspect of it. So, we need a profile picture for this. Let's mock one up real fast. Should be. And there you have it, the audit log. It might at some point. It's actually more motivated by. It is good for debugging. It's good, especially for, I think, people who are not me to debug as they are implementing custom DB methods and things like that. But it's also an audit log, and like, if you look at our methods here, I'm going to scroll through some of the methods that exist. Delete ban, delete role, create a ban, create a role, remove content, remove members, set the roles. So there are moderation, pretty much all the moderation is done through this system presently. Lorenzo, you say you're 404ing. Let's see. What's your username? There you are. You're loading up for me. What are you getting that 404 on? Huh. But I could see yours. Interesting. Michael, so to answer your question, basically any kind of activity, yeah, like any kind of activity that is being applied between databases. Like if I'm writing directly to my database, I just write directly to my database. But if I'm writing to some other database, specifically communities right now, it goes to this DB method mechanism, which this is what I've been working on through the week. It's this whole system of writing the database call into your database. It gets synced over, and then the response gets written into their database and synced back, and it's what allows you to moderate or work on a community that is not on your local home server. So yeah, try a hard refresh, y'all. You may be using old software. That could be a reason for the problem. I feel like if I can see y'all, then y'all should definitely not be getting a 404. You could try, looking in your DevTools to see if there's anything atypical in there, and make sure you are doing that Command-Shift-R, because that could definitely be, outdated software could definitely be the cause. Yeah, Michael, the way to think about this whole system is it's basically getting very close to becoming a smart contract. At this stage, it's an incomplete smart contract, and the only reason that it's incomplete is that the actual contract is not being stored in the chain. So the definitions of these methods. And as soon as these method definitions are being put into the data mesh, you'll be able to audit the execution to make sure that the state changes to the community are never in violation of the contract. Now, it's only moderation at the moment, but like eventually this is going to begin to include things like minting items or affecting, so like I was talking about the tokens earlier today, or karma and things like that, that will start to become sort of automated through this. You're going to start to have things like algorithm sort of processes run through this. So it should end up being a pretty interesting tool set, I think. But the most significant current utility of it is that it allows transactions to occur from one server to another without you being a part of that home server. I'm going to grab some water real quick. So karma would be, kind of like in Reddit. If you watch the beginning of today's stream, I give a pretty good overview of everything that's been happening. Right on. Yeah, watch the beginning of today's stream. I give a pretty detailed overview of what we worked on today and what we worked on last week, and etc., and also kind of where we're headed. Yeah, and that's the non-home server, the people that haven't updated their home servers will get those 404s. Well, I'm satisfied to have gotten through what we got through today. Good deal. Hot stuff. Yeah, they, not every, yeah, I just need to create a page for it. The DB types aren't being listed yet, and the permissions are not being listed yet. Yeah, don't worry about that, big tech. It does indeed. It's a little buggy right now. Needs some love, but it's there. We've been broken in. deal. I'm gonna tweet that action. Yeah, they just need to update. While you're adding fields to profile, what about a JSON metadata field? What would be in the JSON metadata? I'm guessing, Lorenzo, the glitch account, was that... I mean, if are you following my Citizen.1 account? Because they're different accounts. Alexander, we could do a sort of free field, but generally speaking, we try to actually, like, if we had some kind of a thing like a links table, which would be like, you know, a way to put in your profile, you know, just a list of links with like a, that would get literally like just a table, then the free form would make sense. But generally speaking, we try to have some pretty specific intentionality or specificity to all the attributes in a schema, because we do use strictly defined JSON schemas. So, you know, we have here, wait a minute, that's the profile view. Where's the profile? There it is. So we have things like homepage URL, which actually isn't getting used at the moment. But the idea is we try to avoid any kind of free-form objects whenever possible, unless it's intentionally supposed to be free-form, like a table that is displayed like that. And the reason is that ambiguity in decentralized protocols is a total killer. So while I would be up for something like links, which is designed to be just a listing of links that get rendered straight through with no specific semantic meaning other than just links that I want to render in my profile, anything that's just kind of like a free-form key value object shouldn't be used in the protocol. Because then you have things which are too loosely specified. Somebody else looking at it from their software would not know what it's supposed to mean. So Lorenzo, are you seeing this problem when you are logged into the citizen.me as your home server? Or are you logged into citizen.1, the citizen.1 account? Might be a Hypercore sync issue. Do you see any issues showing up in your TUI? Yeah, it could be a sync issue. No issues being reported on Citizen 1. Lorenzo, what is your glitch user ID? I'll try it. Huh. There it is. It's just out of date. Try restarting your server, Lorenzo. Yeah, just try doing it again. Yep. Let me know when it should be online again. Oh, there we go. Interesting. This is also sort of interesting that solo is showing up there. I'm guessing that's because you follow him. Huh. Okay. It's good to have this account, actually. I'll be able to test a few things. Oh, you know what? I haven't posted probably on my personal account in quite some time. And we got a configuration error. Lorenzo, is your test account in the Citizen Alpha testers? Because when you follow somebody, you only see their self-posts. You don't see their community posts. So this is actually correct behavior. So if you're just following me, I haven't done a self-post in 6 days, so that might be why you're not seeing it. And that would make sense because since we don't have reverse DNS, it's not possible to join. Yeah, that's what's going on. Does look like notifications are broken for new users, but yeah, it's a reverse DNS, which got fixed if you can configure it, but we now need the community or the client certificate bit. Yeah, well, Alexander, I'm not totally against it, but there are other ways to add custom schemas which are strictly defined, which is what I would recommend people do. It wouldn't be an additional database, it would just be an additional table. Like if you had some piece of software which, it's a possibility, we could explore it, but generally speaking the idea is if you wanted to introduce new fields that are behaving like an extension to the profile, you would create a new schema, something like myapp.com/profile. Yeah, additional table, yeah. It's just as soon... Maybe just freeform object would be an okay idea. It depends on maybe if we just need something that's a little lower friction, but when you have no specific schema, you have no agreement on what the schema is supposed to be, and then you just get weird compatibility issues. So it's really, I'm trying to be cautious about introducing mechanisms like that because I really don't like leaving ambiguity in the protocol if we're not totally sure what we're doing. This could be a situation where it works. Could also be done like links are done in WebFinger, where you use a rel attribute, and that has a schema identifier on it. Could look into something like that. Well, this was a long work day. A lot of tedious work, so I'm pretty beat. I think I'm going to call it, but pretty glad that we got through this. I'm going to spend some time working on some of the bugs tomorrow, probably. Some of these things that are bothering me. And then we're going to see about diving into some of the little uphand reaction link to see who reacted. Lorenzo, I think what you're seeing is when you press the back, like if you're using on mobile and you go like slide back, it doesn't go away. You have to click the arrow. Something I got in my to-dos. Technically you could, Michael, you could create a schema that is incredibly ill-defined. Okay. Let's see if I can reproduce here. Oh, you're right. Shit. You don't need to open up an issue. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. Normally I would love to keep sitting around and talking, but I'm just completely beat. So, see you all tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to fix up some of these bugs, improve on performance, improve on correctness, and then we can get into some more enjoyable feature development. Have a great rest of your Monday or beginning of your Tuesday, depending on which time zone you're in, and I will see you tomorrow. Later, everybody.
Citizens.